Yo guys, and welcome back to another AC stream. We're gonna be playing AC3 today, and yeah, continue where we left off yesterday with sequence 6 of Connor's story. And I'm very excited to get back into this, because that's really where, you know, everything kind of starts with, like the Brotherhood and like most of the side activities. But the game like really opens up to you as well. So I have Mr. Godi, citizen. Also congrats on claiming the first as well. But let's get back into it. So we stopped last time by talking to everybody. So the next thing we can do is plug on the power source and listen to Juno for first time, at least in this game.
Right position, Gareth.
Thought we could be saved. We sought to face the sun's wrath and contain it. 4 towers would be built to pull her fury into this place and dispel it. But even with all we knew, with all we had, it would take too long. 1,000 years we could labor and still the work would not be done. The first tower was never completed. The project abandoned. We moved on. But while we labored on other endeavors, a few returned. They thought to automate the process. Metal might finish what flesh could not.
It's gonna be good once you get to Valhalla, because in Valhalla there's a few things I want to discuss in relation to what we know here or learn about. But yeah, there's some really cool connections between the two games, but also between Valhalla and other games in the series, like AC2, but also AC1 quite a lot.
If we could not meet the sun's cruel embrace, perhaps we might rebuke it. Already we could generate fields to protect us in times of strife. But these were small and simple things. To replicate them on a scale the size of a world, we lack the energy to make it so. Half the world, they said then. It is better than none at all. We tried. Again, we failed. A quarter, they asked. Even this we could not do. A 1/6, an 1/8, a 1/10, they cried. The answer was still the same. Perhaps in time a city might be spared. But it was time we did not have. So we moved on.
Yeah, they had lasers, for sure. They also had anti-magnetic rings that they could wear. So every time bullet or something metallic was trying to hit them, it was like deflected. Which is actually a piece of Eden that you can find in this game and possess yourself. And once you have it, then no gunshot can actually hit you.
Wonder what's inside.
Only one way to find out.
Hey Levy, and good day to you. What is Halos, Mr. Godi? Rebecca, Sean is really getting on my nerves. You would think with everything that's going on, the guy would stop being such a douche. Maybe he thinks it's funny, or maybe it's part of his snarky British charm.
Charles Lee?
Or maybe he's searching for Chudsley. It's how he deals with his stress. Whatever it is, it's getting old real fast. We've got enough to worry about, you know? End of the world and everything. You would think he would show a little restraint, or maturity or something. Sorry. Not like you need to hear me venting. You've got enough on your plate. Please don't say anything to him. Save Eclipse. Welcome, dude. And yeah, doing quite good so far, Levy. Thank you. How are you doing? William Martz, disappointed. In case you haven't noticed, we are knee deep in this shit here. I understand this might not be your idea of a good time. It isn't anyone's idea of a good time. Picking fights isn't going to get our work finished any faster, so I'd suggest you stick to the mission. The sooner we're through the door, the sooner we can get back to our lives, or in your case, the lack of one. Dead. Ah, okay. Yeah, that could have come in handy for the ISU, Mr. Godi. Have Eclipse. How you doing, dude? Ah, that's right, you have a day off, Levy. That's awesome. I hope you enjoyed your walk. I hope you had some nice walking weather. John Hastings, your father. William's not the most diplomatic man, I give you that, but he cares about you very much. When you were under during that whole bit with 16, he never left your side. Even slept in the same room when we put down for the night. Anyway, don't mean to be a busybody, just didn't want you to stay sore with him. Not too sore anyway. The man means well, even if he's got an odd way of showing it. That's good to hear, Eclipse. I'm glad. And yeah, doing good. The weather is lovely today. Yeah, for us it's kind of like mixed weather. Kind of cloudy, but we have a little bit of sun. So yeah, not too shabby. John Hastings, new database entries. Just a quick heads up that I've pushed in a new batch of entries focused on Vikan and Kahaga. In order to ensure accuracy, I actually turned to a friend on the outside. Don't worry, he thinks it's for presentation, so we're in no danger of being discovered. You find a new section under the database labeled, surprise surprise, Kahan and Kahaga. It has information on their political and social structures, as well as some notes about their material culture. So yeah, we did read that yesterday, which was a lot, but we did it. Sean Hastings, Connor's Piece of Eden. Interesting. The spell used by Connor during his spirit journey is still the first civilization on Origin. It appears to function as some sort of temporal calculator, and it's essentially a crystal ball, but one that actually works. This can't be coincidental, which begs the question, are the others out there? Then we have an email that is kind of like gibberish, until we get a hello at the end. So this is actually Juno trying to communicate with us through the email system. However, she doesn't know the language. So she's basically trying to find it until she does. Then we have her writing in binary code her name, which translates to Juno, I think. Connected. It works. I should hardly be surprised. Electrical impulses move from one pathway to another. You call them networks. Our word for them was more akin to road. It is yet difficult to project a thought from one medium to another, and yet it works, it works, it works, it works. So yeah, this is interesting because when she talks about, you know, how we call them network, and the ISO call them roads, is kind of like showcasing that something that is kind of complex for us, like a network, you know, is a multitude of connections. It's kind of like difficult to grasp sometimes, whereas for the ISO it was like much more simplified, which kind of gives like insight into how advanced they may have thought. Sean Hastings, Hatham's Blades. I've been doing some digging on Hatham's Blades, still not 100% sure where they came from. My initial instinct was he started out as an assassin. I believe his father was one, in fact. But it appears he was a Templar from pretty early on. Maybe he took them from someone, it's happened before, and they're quite handy. I'm surprised more Templars haven't put them to use. Pretty easy to build a pair if you know what you're doing. Juno, improvements. I found a way to better control the impulses to formulate a thought and transmit it. To add a sense of structure, a sense of order. You fear order, you're kind, the gentle hand tends a flock. It is a kindness, not a cruelty. I wonder will you ever understand, your enemies do, in their own way, but they share your base heritage, their concept is flawed. They are not worthy, you have all proved unworthy of our gifts. So basically she's saying that the Templars are kind of like on the right path, you know, because they kind of like stand for what Juno stood for, I guess, which is control of the many, essentially. Because Juno was one of these guys, or the Isu, that didn't like the humans very much. So she was in favor of slavery for humans, for instance, which the Templars are also. But Minerva, for instance, is like another Isu that, you know, was basically the opposite of Juno. She was actually in favor of liberty for the humans. And she was like actively trying to prevent them to, you know, get any harm, essentially. So yeah, it's definitely, you know, interesting because it's not like all the Isu wanted to control humankind, you know. Minerva would have much more been like an assassin type of character, whereas Juno would have been a Templar, essentially. Thank you, Levy. Sean Hastings, Juno. Looks like Juno's really taking a shine to you. I suggest you don't engage her. There isn't time to go down that rabbit hole. It's sure to prove a better than, besides, this whole experience is actually that final door. Salvation was it? But for us, who knows? Here we sit working towards something we know next to nothing about, but it's our only chance. So there's that, I suppose. Sean Hastings has forwarded an email from Juno, which says, "Leave him alone. You should not meddle in affairs that do not concern you." And Sean says, "Law, somebody doesn't like me." So yeah, Juno's even contacting Sean now and basically is threatening him. Because she wants to manipulate Desmond, of course. And everybody that kind of has influence on Desmond is, bad to Juno. Except if they kind of lead him to the path that she wants him to be. Sean Hastings. All these Juno visits, and emails too apparently, have got me thinking. What happened to Tinia and Minerva? They're the ones who invited us to the little apocalypse party, and now they've gone and buggered off. A little inconvenient, not to mention rude. I'll try and poke around later, see if there's not some sign of what happened to them. Right, so that's all the modern day we currently have available. So let's go back into the animus.
Good luck, Desmond.
These are troubled times. The already uneasy alliance between the Crown and its subjects frays. And behind them both the Templars plot, pulling strings and moving pieces. History dictates they seek order through control. But how will they affect it here? Who supports them? And what conspiracies have they already spun? All
spare
these
a
things
moment.
I must determine. Of course, for only by
Have a
knowing
look.
my enemy can I hope to stop them.
What is it?
Xingbao, or rope dart if you prefer. One of the many plans given to us by Xiao Yun to...
Sorry.
We'll have to work on this.
Ganondogo,
Yes, my friend.
what brings you here? Is the village all right?
For now.
What do you mean? What has happened?
Men came, claiming we had to leave. They said that the land was being sold, and that the Confederacy had consented. We sent an envoy, but they would not listen.
You must refuse!
We cannot oppose the Sachem, but you're right as well. We cannot give up our home.
Do you have a name? Do you know who is responsible?
He's called William Johnson.
Where is Johnson now?
In Boston, making preparations for the sale.
Sale! This is theft!
Kana, take care. These men are powerful.
What would you have me do? I made a promise to my people.
If you insist upon this course of action, seek out Sam Adams in Boston. He'll be able to help. What have you done?
When my people go to war, a hatchet is buried into a post to signify its start. When the threat is ended, the hatchet is removed.
You could have used a tree.
True, but it's much more symbolic if it's done, into the house, of course, because the homes, they kind of like has a certain meaning to Connor. So once he removes it, kind of has like more of an importance than if it would have just been a random tree. Also, that assassin tomahawk. Just look at this beauty. I love this animation so much. But to be fair, all the animations are kind of top notch. Yeah, no respect for the house. I like Achilles' reaction to that. Chao Jun is an assassin from China and one of the last assassins to meet with Ezio Auditore before his death. Jun was born in royal captivity during the Ming Dynasty. She spent her teenage years life as one of the favored concubines of the Chinese Emperor Zhengde. While not an ideal lifestyle, though I wouldn't mind it, it's better than digging ditches. Zhengde's taste for travel meant that by the age of 15, Jun had seen more of the world than most people of the era. Which I suppose you might consider a bright side if you try not to realize that even some cats had seen more of the world than most people of the era. In 1521, the Assassin Order used the confusion surrounding Zhengde's death to infiltrate the Emperor's compound and free some of the concubines, Jun among them. She immediately became an assassin, but never forgot the woman she had been forced to leave behind. Years later, she returned to the Imperial Palace to free the remaining concubines, only to find that they had been killed by Zhengde's successor, Jia Jing. Jia Jing's response to the second attack on the Imperial Palace was swift and brutal, and caught the assassins unprepared. The Brotherhood in eastern China was decimated. Chao Jun and her mentor survived, but were forced to flee Asia entirely. They traveled to Italy to seek the advice of Ezio Auditore, but only Chao Jun would finish the journey, arriving in Florence in 1524, shortly before Ezio's death. And that's of course where Embers kind of connects. Because Embers is basically about Chao Jun learning from Ezio. And then she goes back to China and basically builds up the Brotherhood again and becomes Master Assassin Mentor herself. And yeah, we're also gonna play as her in the Chronicles game, Chronicles China. However, I'm gonna play that, I think, after Syndicate. After Syndicate, I'm just gonna play the trilogy of Chronicle games. And hey there, Lesme. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not sure how the right pronunciation is. I just kind of like guess. I've never learned language. So I guess it's kind of like inconsistent, but yeah, I guess that makes it easier that this sound is kind of like something that Germany has as well. Great guesswork, Master. Yeah, it would be entirely the same once we get to Unity. Because in Unity there's so many like French words I have no idea how to pronounce it. At least most words. So it's gonna be a lot of guessing. But I've been told that I'm quite alright in trying to guess how it's pronounced. Ah, okay, this is actually quite cool. Yakila. Don't let appearances deceive you. You're looking at the former flagship of the Assassin Navy, with perhaps a little past its prime. Yakila was built in France in 1749 in the city of Brest. Stop it. The design was incredibly innovative for its time. The ship was light, fast, and could carry a surprising amount of artillery for its size. It would be decades before there were schooners that could match the Aquila's speed. Of course, there were some disadvantages to the design, namely that the ship handling was very touchy and required an experienced crew. That meant the Aquila was underutilized until the Assassins hired someone who would be able to use the ship to its full potential, Robert Faulkner. In 1754, the Aquila followed the Templar ship into a storm, and was lost with all hands aboard, or so we wanted the Templars to think. In reality, it sustained only minor damage, was refitted and became the Assassin's secret weapon, staying out of major harbors and using its speed and the element of surprise to arrest ships on Templar business. The Aquila took on mythical qualities. It was whispered about in ports along the eastern seaboard as the ghost of the North Seas. A pirate vessel crewed by ghosts that could appear and disappear into sudden fog. This reputation was due to both Faulkner's uncommon skill and the superstitious nature of most sailors who loved the ghost story and all wanted to marry a mermaid. Yeah, sounds good, Levi. I hope you enjoyed your puzzling. That's great, you made some great progress yesterday. I reckon it's gonna be faster and faster then the more pieces you put together. So this is actually something I explained wrong then at the beginning of the game, I think. Because even though the Aquila was the ship that followed the Templars, like the ship that Haven had at the beginning of the game, the Aquila being in destruction, is not actually because of that incident. It came later, apparently. They just wanted us to think that it like sunk, but it didn't. So yeah, it was still a ship that followed Haven. Eventually the Templars caught on what had happened, but it did take them more than a decade. They weren't the sharpest tools, let's say, in a box full of spoons. In 1768 the ship was caught in a trap by 3 British frigates. The Aquila was able to limp away from the battle, but ran aground in shallow water. The British left it for lost. Robert Faulkner survived the battle and had the ship towed back to a private bay near Boston, where it and Faulkner slowly deteriorated. That is, until Connor found them both. Okay, so basically 3 British frigates attacked the Aquila, and that's how it got destroyed, essentially. Got like ambushed. That's fair. We also have newspapers. The Boston Massacre. Massacre on King Street. Doubtless our readers well know that on the evening of Monday last, a squadron of soldiers formed before the custom house fired into a crowd of citizens, killing 4 and wounding many. Our readers will expect a circumstantial account of a tragic affair, but we hope they will excuse our being particularly cautious, as we should be, had we not seen that the town was intending an inquiry and full representation thereof. However, some few facts appear to be established. Following up upon an altercation between some lads of the town and a single posted guard at the custom house, an increasing number of citizens came to that place with heat shouted down the guard. In like manner, a large group of citizens gathered in King Street. Captain Thomas Preston perceived from the main guardhouse a soldier in distress and left the main guard with a party of men with charged bayonets. So hey there, Rod. Welcome, Senny. And how's it going?
Citizen!
Citizen? How was the rest of Red Dead 2 today? I hope you had a great stream. The soldiers came, pushing their bayonets, crying, "Make away." It took place by the custom house and continued to push to drive the people off, pricked some in several places, on which they were clamorous, and it is said through snowboards and perhaps portions of ice. The crowd taunting the soldiers, shouting, "Fire, you dare not fire." On this said more snowboards coming, someone cried out, "Damn you, fire." One soldier then fired, and a townsman with a cudgel struck him over the hands with such force that he dropped his firelock, and rushing forward, aimed a blow at the captain's head, with which grazed his head, and fell pretty heavy upon his arm. However, the soldiers continued the fire successively till 7 or 8, as some say 11 guns were discharged. Ah, that's nice, Rod. it kind of seemed like it was a bit of a hassle trying to get off the horses. With like, you know, when you could actually buy it or like when you could actually find it in the wild. But that's good that you got that done 100%. And yeah, it's going good. Just reading up some database, and then we're hopping into sequence 6 of AC3. Going to assassinate William Johnson today, I think. By this fatal maneuver, 3 men were laid dead on the spot and 2 more struggling for life. By what showed a degree of cruelty unknown to British troops, at least since the House of Hanover has directed the operation, was an attempt to fire upon or push with a bayonet the persons who undertook to remove the slain and wounded. The dead are Mr. Samuel Gray, killed on the spot, the ball entering his head and beating off a large portion of his skull. A mulatto man named Crispus Attucks, also killed instantly, 2 bullets entering his breast, one of them in special goring the right lobe of the lungs, and a great part of the liver, most horribly. Mr. James Caldwell, mate of Captain Morton's vessel, in like manner killed by 2 bullets entering his back. Mr. Samuel Maverick, a promising youth of 17 years of age, son of a widow Maverick, and an apprentice to Mr. Greenwood, Ivory Turner. A ball went through his belly and was cut out at his back. He died the next morning. Mr. Patrick Carr, about 30 years of age, who worked with Mr. Field, leather breeches maker in Queen Street, wounded, a ball entered near his hip and went out at the side. Apprehended he would die. And several others requiring surgery, suffering loss of blood, shattered bones, and lodged musket balls. Governor Hutchinson has exerted himself in an effort to quell the town. He has ordered the arrest of said Captain Preston, as well as the soldiers involved until such time as an investigation and general ordering of the facts can be made. Oh yeah, dude. William definitely has a date. That prick. It's kind of funny, you know, like at the beginning he's kind of like showcased as somebody who's friendly negotiating with the indigenous people. And then in the sequence you kind of like see him, you know, doing hostile negotiations instead. He's basically like, okay, if you don't want to give me your land, then you just have to die, I guess.
Bloody hell!
I gave you a deal. Silent Hunter.
Are you all right?
What do you think?
How did this happen?
Poachers in the woods. I asked them to leave. This was their answer.
Come on. We need to get that arm looked at.
What if the men who did this?
They can wait. Your wound cannot. You be able to make it to the house?
Yes. I think the ball took only flesh.
And what is your name?
Miriam.
Do you live nearby?
I don't have a home per se. I took to the frontier when I was a young girl. I've made my life out here ever since. Living where the land makes it easiest.
Not a common choice for a woman of the colonies.
No, it's not. But truth be told, it was this, the convent or the brothels. I prefer the open air.
Yeah, the quote is very true. Yeah, exactly. You know, he's much more interested in taking care of her than, you know, trying to kill the ones that are responsible. He definitely recognizes, you know, what needs to be done at a time as well.
Kana, what are you doing?
Those poachers need to be stopped.
Saw the scabs from my hunting blind. Get to that, and you shouldn't have any trouble finding them.
Use the rope dart if you can. Get familiar with it.
I love his music a lot. But I was like, let me swing over here a little bit. Try my strength. I love the rope dart. Such a cool weapon. I love how Valhalla kind of brings it back in one way at least. Because one of the skills is kind of like using the rope dart to execute enemies. But it's more like a skill than an actual tool. Yeah, dude, it really is.
William Johnston's opening up some of that Mohawk land he purchased for free hunting soon. Might be we make a good haul up there.
I hear tell lumbering will be allowed to boot.
What does he want with the territory if not the game and timber?
Don't know. Don't much care neither. Beat skulking around these woods. Something don't feel right.
Feeling a bit guilty on account of that woman you put a hole in?
Nah. She had it coming.
What's she dressed like that for anyway? It's not natural.
Rod, when you did your annual for Black Flag last year, you left off the assassination contracts until after getting rope darts, so you could use it more in a single playthrough than if you only had the remaining story missions left. That's understandable, dude, yeah, because in Black Flag you just get it so late into the game as well. I think it's like sequence 11 or something, out of 14, or maybe sequence 10, I'm not sure. But yeah, that would be so much fun being able to use it for like assassination contracts.
Where are you, fellas?
shooting strangers in the forest, is that common hunting practice where you come from?
No! Spare me!
Go! Tell the friends you have left what happened here.
Yeah, to be honest, all the soundtracks and the Homestead are just so good. This one is called Fetching the Lumber. Then you have Homestead, and then you have this like kind of like stealthy track as well. But yeah, they're all so good. Kind of capturing like different, you know, emotions and atmospheres at the same location.
Thank you, Achilles.
You are most welcome.
Why did those men attack you?
It's no secret this land is full with game. I spotted the trespassers en route to request permission to hunt here myself, and suggested they do the same.
The bounty of the forest is not mine to give. It is your right to hunt on this land, but I would appreciate you trading your surplus with the others.
Very well. I accept.
There we go. Miriam has joined the Homestead, and now we have her as a hunter. Which is awesome, because now we can get meat and pelts from her for the economy as well. And pelts are kind of the thing that just sells the best. Or it's like one of the most potentials to sell in the economy. So yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so she's actually hunting right now, but we can't observe her activities just yet. Because we still haven't gotten the Encyclopedia of the Common Man yet. Which basically opens up like a side quest that makes you observe all the activities that the different workers kind of like do. So like for example the innkeeper, or the hunter, or the miner, the lumberjacks. And then you also unlock like database entries regarding those types of like occupations. And that's definitely stuff I want to do for this playthrough. Also like reading up on these occupations, because it's definitely very important to understand the Homestead characters. And the Homestead is like one of the biggest side activities in the game. So yeah, definitely want to do that. Brought you love the chase music in the Homestead, like when you're rushing to help Terry when he's swept away in the river. Dude, that's also such a great scene right there, and music as well. Yeah, you know, it just is really something that just adds like so much, and it kind of feels like it should be main story in a way. But yeah, that's kind of something I feel like adds to people maybe underappreciating AC3 a little bit, you know, because it's not really forced on you. So if you have no idea how important the Homestead missions are, right, if you haven't played it before, then you just really miss out on that like major aspect of Connor's character development as well. Same for the Assassin Brotherhood, you know. It's like it had so much content and like cutscenes and dialogues, but it's so easy to miss on like a casual playthrough. Because the steps to actually get an assassin are just a bit more complicated as well than it has been before. So yeah, I feel like once somebody actually does a playthrough with Homestead missions and the Brotherhood, their opinion might change a little bit on the game story, especially, or Connor as a character.
Citizen!
Citizen. Hey Barrick, welcome mate.
Ja, man.
Salutations to you as well, good sir. I hope you're having a good morning so far.
Ja, man.
Sorry to hear, Eric. I really hope you feel better soon.
Ja, man.
Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you for asking. Definitely feeling good. Playing a wonderful game today.
Ja.
So, yeah, very happy. Okay, how do we get up here again? Ah ja, that's how. Another small detail I like about the homestead is that Connor actually doesn't have his hood on whenever he's here because, you know, he has no reason to hide his identity. He actually feels like home. Yeah, AC3 just really, like, this game grows on me the more I play it. You know, it hasn't even been that long since I played it on the Animus Project, where I also did, like, you know, kind of like an in-depth run, doing like all the missions and all the objectives, before I didn't like read all the database or something like this. But, you know, I'm still not like tired of this game whatsoever. Like, more like the opposite, you know, I'm like super excited to play it again. It just really, I don't know, to me it showcases that it just really is a big game, to me at least. You know, there's just so much to this game as well, which kind of like helps, I guess, having like such a big variety of stuff you can do, and activities and characters and all that. So I don't, like, we don't have St. Paddy's Day over here. However, Levy, I think she's actually living in Ireland, so she's definitely having it, like she has a day off today. But yeah, In Germany, we don't have it. At least as far as I know, not at least in the region where I live. Okay, let's have a quick look at the book. Now we can actually craft stuff. So they basically tells the tutorial we have to craft barrels. Let's do that. Right, and then we can buy some charcoal, oak bark, and oak lumber. We can buy catnip and snake root. It's huge in Boston too. Yeah, that makes sense.
Connor, it has occurred to me that the times we live in will be looked upon by future generations with a certain degree of scrutiny, no matter the outcome. With that in mind, I think it valuable to record the goings-on around the homestead. A true log of how people lived during this time of transition. Something to help color the portrait. What do you think?
When I find a moment, I will try.
Very good.
So that's the Encyclopedia of a Common Man that I was talking about earlier. Very nice, we got that unlocked. Yeah, no kidding, Rod. Every time we want to like observe the activity of like one of the homesteaders, they you know, do like anything that isn't the activity. But to be honest, I kind of like that's the case, you know, that they're not just only working, they're also like relaxing. It kind of makes them feel more natural characters, I guess. But yeah, it can be annoying if you want to just observe the activities. Especially if, you know, doing like everything but the activity all day long, which can happen.
Ja, man. Ja, man.
Yeah, sounds good, Eric. I hope the coffee helps, for sure.
You must be Connor. We've been raring to finally meet you. My name's Catherine, and this is Diana. We're the wives of those two blockheads who cut trees.
Nice to meet you. We've heard so much of you from the boys. Glad to finally put a face to the name.
The pleasure is mine.
We were just discussing how nice this bit of territory is, on a river with nobody upstream. I won't lie, Godfrey's letter had me a little worried, but now that we're here and settled, I must say I'm rather happy.
They had us on this plot north of Champlain that was a tangle of rock and bramble. Ugh, horrible place. It's a real treat to be able to walk up the hill and take in the ocean.
Your husbands must keep you busy.
Nothing we can't handle, Connor. The boys think they run the show, but the real bosses are right in front of you.
I do not doubt it.
Yeah, dude, I remember you telling me about that the last time I actually did this on the Animus project. I think you told me there that you kind of like waited with that dialogue until like the ending of the game or something. But yeah, that's kind of the reason why I always try to do like all the homestead missions and dialogues straight away. Just so kind of feels like it has a good like continuity. But yeah, I've definitely had that happening as well before. Where I just, you know, like waited with some stuff and then kind of was a bit awkward later on. Yeah, that's understandable, Rod. Definitely. If you just like focus on quests mainly.
Fine morning it is.
Are you guys going to fish or something? I think she might be collecting mushrooms. Is that not an activity?
What's your step? Mine's covered in lovely mushrooms.
Valid target. Okay. What are you doing? Smoking? Of course. So hey, Sam, how's it going? Okay, we can't do this just yet. That's fair. I'm from planet Earth. I'm from Germany. There we go. That's our trinkets in the homestead. Yeah, playing through a series is always really, really good, for sure. Just great how the games connect to each other. Oh shit. Our convoy is getting attacked. So we have to get to the frontier. Yeah, I can recommend Valhalla a lot. Valhalla is one of the best stories in the series to me at this point. I'm gonna do replay soon, where I probably gonna see things a bit more clearer in the story. But yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, to me it's mainly that they on one hand kind of really nail the whole Viking aspect without making it like too typical. But they also really make it a really good AC game as well. Like connections to other games in the series. At making those kind of like natural but enforced. Yeah. I can just highly recommend Valhalla. Well, the thing is that a lot of people just look at the gameplay and that's it, but on the story aspects it's not even comparable. What's sake? What happened to our tomahawk? There we go. And yes, indeed, this is the remaster version. Right, there we go. So in the frontier we actually have a couple things we can do. First I want to go back to a village and talk to our people, essentially. See how they are doing. Because if you guys remember, the reason Connor actually goes on this journey is to save his people. He doesn't do it to kill Templars.
Oniotum haje.
Yo serio. Un guajetio ze. Za ezeradi ona gara di dano sego yahde wa der hat steristi.
Wagatsanuni dine e wakeri warge.
Oknize. Oniotum haje da dego.
Yung gewien harata ne yung kiswas. Nekti jo zerunahto haje ne raudi sat stasira. Ayawas yo snore era awet ne raudi sat stasira ne on juhunzage.
Kunak daragwani di dizana tene kanu sesne. Dizanak dayandege nona so da we nanda ne dam da sahta ondi. Nona oyin skaho er dun hagedum.
So yeah, basically, you know, we're still waiting for Connor to come back. But obviously Connor has a lot of work to do, so he can't, you know, come back just yet. So I'm not going to discuss the ending over here to keep it like spoiler free, because there are a lot of people who haven't played the ending yet. But personally, I really liked Valhalla and the ending. One part of the ending, though, I kind of had my issues with, but the entirety of the ending, you know, like the whole like ending parts of Valhalla, I absolutely loved. There was one thing that kind of quirked me though, but yeah, I'm gonna discuss it what's actually get to Valhalla again, because I just don't wanna spoiler anybody. Okay, let's talk to the Clan Mother. And Sam, thank you also for the follow.
Radun Hagedu, Skanorux di Guyandares.
Zagada derivasta ziata zahayo snore de wageno. The wagemo in hara di wagada westu haje.
Washetari got Dinahoda Zezax.
Zozio snore ayoko deriandaratne. Nektit kayana yeri wakatahidake.
Ona Yatagayeri Nizageranu.
Nekti yatangayeri gega.
Easy cook on Wadu does Saturday what Seraguase. Jogu de Guhungarawi Snegon or Radun Hagedu. I am was your snore down Dasanadara.
Okay, so that's some of the dialogues we currently have here. I take the music. Ah, that's right. You have to find like all the animals in every part of the frontier. Not sure if I'm actually gonna do this because it doesn't add any story stuff as far as I'm concerned. But we might. I'm gonna treat it as like a passive activity. And if we do good progress, you know, progressing through the game, doing this, I'm just gonna try to hunt like basically every enemy type possible. And we might pursue this further. Yeah, it doesn't, does it? Definitely gonna do other naval missions, and that I probably won't collect all the feathers because again they only unlock an outfit. We're gonna get all the trinkets for the Pegleg missions. Probably get all the Almanac pages for the Almanac books. Career missions? I don't think the career missions add anything story-wise, do they? I'm gonna do the underground though, because it actually has some story documents. Alright, so what do we have? We have Viewpoint. Save a Walkerman. Hey, the Long Cruiser. Welcome. Damn. The cougar tried to ambush us.
Yeah, man.
Not like this. Oops. Welcome to AC Odyssey, Long Cruiser. Yeah, that's actually something that Valhalla has, at least to a certain extent. You can mark up to 3 different locations, and they're also gonna be numbered from 1 to 3. So that makes it like easier to kind of mark multiple things and then do them whenever you like to, instead of having to go to the map every time. So Valhalla kind of introduces something like this.
Yama.
Yeah, it's just something you can look forward to, I guess, if you ever get Valhalla. Okay, how about you actually check out this Frontiersman mission? They're quite interesting. Oh really, Rod? And are you talking about Avatar, the movie, or the also like it? Am I thinking of the right thing?
Yeah, man.
I'm currently thinking of something that also had a TV show called Avatar, but I might be wrong. Maybe I'm mistaking something here. With the alien Smurfs. Ah, right. The movie that got like a 3D release when it came out. It was like one of the first movies that had like 3D, I think. Because if so, I seen it in the cinema when it came out, and I haven't seen it since. I gotcha. Oh, that's interesting. But yeah. I mean, nowadays almost everything seems it's like a win-win situation for Disney. You know, given how much they actually own. It's ridiculous. I was just thinking of The Last Airbender. I'm not sure if that show is also called Avatar, to be honest. But yeah, for some reason I was thinking of that when you just said Avatar. Boy Who Cried Wolf.
We was 8 months in the Kentucky frontier trapping and skinning elk. Well along my third bale when they came upon us. No less than a dozen Shawnee hunters had us surrounded at the point of musket and arrow. My bush partner froze up stiff. The fear chilled me the same, but I managed to muster what little Shawnee I was knowing. The leader spoke too quick, but I gathered we was poaching, having crossed into their territory a month or so hence. Their musket barrels stared us down, the heads of their arrows smiling sharp at our backs. I bumbled a proposition and busted Shawnee. Our full piece, my 3 bales, and my partner's 2 less a half, in exchange for us quitting the Shawnee bush on our own legs. Leader nods to his boys. They load up our take and start back into the trees. The honcho stays a spell longer, just staring right through us with his 2 black eyes. And then he was gone. We picked up, set back east the way we came. Months of profit lost, but our own hides intact. Never saw the Shawnee again, but I know they was following us. I could feel their eyes on our backs, clear to North Carolina.
Ah, I got you right. Kind of like script hell, I guess. Never gets like made. But yeah, I guess it's interesting to see how Avatar 2 will turn out then. On Cruiser, one thing you really appreciate about AC Valhalla is that it's more Assassin's Creed and not just a historic game like Odyssey Origins. Well, I mean, calling Odyssey historical would be an overstatement, I guess. I mean, I guess it is partially, but yeah, it's very, very historically inaccurate for most part. And Origins, I feel, is definitely quite the AC experience still, though, because it's all about, you know, the origin, and there are like a lot of connections to other games. But it's true that you know, Valhalla has the assassins already established, so they can you know, make them more of a focus from the get-go, I guess, instead of having to wait until the end. Yeah, this music is kind of like repeating, isn't it, Rod? Danny Boone was an excellent explorer and hunter with a knack for talking himself out of trouble. I imagine he and his friends will have some fascinating stories to tell. I wouldn't mind hearing them from the primary source myself. Later authors were known for adding ridiculous embellishments, like the one about Boone killing a bear with his bare hands, or swinging through the forest on vines, or the ones where he modified a silver sport car to travel back in time and ended up kissing his mom. Oh, that might have been something else. Yeah. Boone and his friends travel all over the frontier, so they'll be able to tell you if there's any news you should know about. Danny Boone was a hunter and a trapper who through skill and luck went on to become a near-mythic figure in stories about the American frontier. Boone was born in Pennsylvania, but moved with his family to North Carolina in 1752. He traveled to the frontier frequently on hunting and trapping expeditions, across modern-day North Carolina, Florida, and into Kentucky. The list goes on, but I stop it there because it's just a list of places, and that can be quite tedious. Boone is sometimes credited with discovering Kentucky, which is ridiculous as I'm fairly sure someone else must have seen it once, but he did have a major role in its colonization by Europeans. In 1773, Boone headed for the interior of Kentucky with a group of settlers with the intention of starting a town, Now the Kentucky interior had technically been ceded to the British after the Treaty of Stanwix, but not all of the indigenous residents agreed with the treaty or the incursion onto the traditional lands. Boone's group hadn't gone far when the party was attacked. Boone's son was captured and tortured to death, and the colonists left. However, Boone went back in 1775 when he was hired by the Transylvania Company to blaze a trail to the interior, known as the Wilderness Trail. Boone settled in the area, founding the town of Boonesboro, Oregon, which he later helped to save from attack by Shawnee warriors in the opening years of the Revolution. Boone was made famous in his later years not so much by his adventures, though he had many, which I'm sure he would tell you about, but by books written about his life, some of which contained, let's just call them historical inaccuracies. The one where he wrestled a 60-foot manfish springs to mind. In reality, Boone wasn't one to embellish his experiences, which may be why people felt the need to do it for him. If this sounds like a story you should give Ubisoft back, you know, make a game about Boone that fights a 60-foot manfish. Like, that's definitely down to them to do. And historic inaccuracies, so it's perfect. To be honest, I think they would be legit interested in that stuff. Not even kidding. Did dinosaurs exist in 40th century AT? But wait, did now? Did now? Jesus Christ, imagine that though. I had no idea that you actually are befriended to me on Ubisoft, Long Cruiser. What's your nickname? The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Boone, a pair of our more ambitious adventurers set out a few weeks back and have yet to return. Find out what befell our friends. Connor, I happened across an encampment belonging to the two adventurers. The scene was grisly, my thoughts were of highwaymen or war parties. But as I searched the area, the truth of the fates came clear. A fight broke out between them, Wishes, one of the men drawing a blade and stabbing the other. Benny set out for home, but he received justice of a kind before long, as he was attacked and killed by a wolf. Ah, okay. I actually had no idea. Sorry, dude. Alright, let's go down here. I want to make my way slowly to Boston. Yeah, right. Like, I was thinking about just fast traveling so I can, like, reset it. Then I was like, you know what? I actually quite enjoy this ambient music. Even if it's repeating itself. Seems like somebody has been living here. Maybe it's Sasquatch. Okay, let's go down here, grab this chest and viewpoint, and then we're gonna make our way. Maybe I actually collect all the feathers because it's not that much of a hassle. And they would allow us to have another outfit option that you could redeem. Currently I only have the dice activated. But yeah, eventually I'm also gonna add outfit options as well. Hold on. I think it's still set to the category of AC Revelations. I think that's why it might not work. Let me activate for you real quick. Because I can do it for some reason. And then I'm gonna quickly fix that as well. Okay, outfits. Category. Yeah, it was still set to Revelations. Okay. Now you guys should be able to actually trigger the command as well. Oh, I have a New York outfit. Sounds good. There was actually a shop nearby, so I'm not sure if I have enough money right now. If we don't, we're just gonna grab the chest and try to go back. Ah, cheers, Rod. Thank you for trying.
So, what can I do for you, Mynheer?
Oh, never mind. For some reason, some of the outfits are locked currently. Okay. Then I guess you can choose between Boston, Jamestown, Charlestown, and the regular assassin outfit. Sorry dude, I didn't actually realize that those options went a thing just now. Okay, so that's Boston. Kind of like white, dark brown, blue and red. Then we have Jamestown, which is white and red. Then we have Charlestown, which is blue and leather. And you have a classic assassin outfit. Oh, it says good rod. Well, this is a bit expensive, so I'm just gonna go ahead and try to get the chest. See if it gives us enough funds. If not, we just have to get it as soon as it's possible. Also, hey there, Rise Sylvania. Welcome. Okay, it didn't quite give us enough money, so I'm just going to go ahead and try to get all the chest collected that we come across. And once I have enough money, I'm going to set a countdown to 1 hour. But yeah, it shouldn't take too long though, because the chests usually give quite a lot of money. Depending on what's in it, if it's like recipes or money primarily. Oh no, we just gotta find the view, the haystack, which basically you can't see from up here. I swear, there's a lot of instances where I just die from these viewpoints because of weird haystack positions and not being able to see it. But the rule of the thumb is to just like jump forward to whatever, you know, Connor's facing. And most of the time it should work. Yeah, it's so tricky to see sometimes. yeah. The struggle with tree viewpoints. Right, let's make our way to Boston. Also, hey, Demise. Welcome, mate. cheers, Rod. Thank you for giving all the shoutouts that you do. Very much appreciated. How goes finding Chatsy the game? Yeah, to be honest, today not so good because we haven't seen Chatsy once yet. But Connor's journey is going quite good. But yeah, the game Finding Chatsy, we haven't been too successful today yet. Hopefully we get to see him at least during the tea party. I think we have a chance.
Where is Charles Lee?
Indeed, where is he? Maybe he's in Boston. He does quite like the city. Alright, let's grab... let's travel up here and get this treasure. Alright, we're getting closer. I think one more treasure, we should have it. Yeah, sounds good, Long Cruiser. Have a lot of fun with Odyssey, hopefully. And thank you for dropping by as well. There we go. That's enough money for the Charleston outfit. Very nice. So I'm gonna port... let's see, where do we have a shop? First one.
Mein Herr would like.
Mein Herr would like. It's always so funny with like German mixed with English. Okay, so we go to outfits and then Rod redeemed the Charleston outfit. So for the next hour we're gonna be using this outfit until the reward becomes available again, and anybody in chat can, you know, choose another outfit. This dark blue outfit has leather accents and was crafted by Charleston tailor. I would like to see Charles Lee. Do you have any in stock? Yeah, dude. Okay, we're not gonna sell these items because we can actually make more money out of this by using the economy. Also that outfit, I quite like it actually. Looks very nice. Okay, so we could buy some beaver pelts, but just go ahead and do some trading directly with the pelts that we have. So that's 1k, quite good for the start. And yeah, I would of course, oh, we can actually craft another land convoy. Yes, definitely gonna do this. We can even craft 2. Fantastic. So now we can make triple the money. Well, not quite, but we can at least sell the pelts that we have. Okay, and then this one. Could sell another cougar pelt. How about elk pelt? Yeah, that gives quite good. And then we have... That sounds alright, actually. But I have a feeling that cougar pelt could be better left off for later. Especially given how rare the animal is. Let's rather sell deer pelt. Much more common, and actually sell some more. That should give us enough money for the next outfit redemption. Oh, it does rot. Yeah. This music in New York and Boston, every time with remaster, every time I do a viewpoint, it just glitches out. And loops. Like if I go down to the haystack, just keep running around. You're still gonna hear the music. And the funny thing, it even translates over to like cutscenes as well, when you have like the music playing in the background and sometimes the cutscene music over it. To be honest, it's always annoying me a lot, so what I just do immediately is just fast travel. And that fixes it. Now we don't hear it anymore. Because that music I actually can't listen to longer than 5 minutes, because it's kind of like very repetitive, I guess. It's kind of still nice, but you can definitely overhear it, you know. But I'm not quite sure if it's actually the same issue in the base version of AC3, but in the remastered, every time I do like a viewpoint, it leads to like music just looping. Yeah, it would be kind of cool if you could do like, you know, like a more bigger swing and then like do a 360 swing. Imagine if you could do that. Because that's actually a legit like parkour move, I guess. I mean, not so much parkour, more like gymnastics. Or is it gymnastics? I forgot the name for what it actually is. But it's definitely connected to like what parkour guys do. Yeah, it would be definitely fun if you had like, you know, kind of like fun parkour mechanics in a way. Like that. Spice things up a little bit. It's time for a music glitch again. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna take the other viewpoint and then fast travel because they're so close next to each other. I could of course just get off viewpoints now and never have to fast travel in Boston afterwards again. At least to fix the music glitch. But I don't know. I mean, it's not that many viewpoints actually. How about we just do that real quick? Just to help to kind of like unlock all the activities we have available.
Gentlemen dilettantes, amateur.
You wanna fight? Where's Rod? Okay, let's get the chest we have here. I love the sky. I can see all the stars. Guess it could be a bit darker actually, because every time you go like up, it kind of gets like brighter for some reason. I'm not sure why. Seems like a visual bug or something. Because like this, it's a lot darker, as you can see. Maybe they have like a preset that makes it like brighter the closer you get to the character. I don't know. Definitely interesting. Okay, let's get this super real quick, and then I want to check the frontier just quick as well. Might be that one of my convoys gets attacked and I just missed the update, because that can happen sometimes. But yeah, we just got the notification that it's about 2 minutes until we reach Boston. So if there's an attack, then we should take care of it fast after this viewpoint. Okay, let's go back to a frontier down there, because it's the side that leads to Boston. "30 seconds, oh shit." This might be a bit close if there's any convoy being attacked, but actually doesn't seem like. Yeah, there isn't. However, there is a homestead mission. Check that out.
Animals, stop! Take what you deserve, rebel. You've been warned! You asked for it!
Shot his own horse. And our horse is attacking him. Oh. Jesus. The horse was like, not like this, dude.
Oi! You, yes, you like to swing your mitts, eh? Down to the warehouse, a place men of your kind be meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, the pigs are just like, well, just another day in the frontier, I guess. And yeah, dude, like those double kills or like double counter kills are just so damn good with like all the different weapon types and stuff. Really good to kind of like bring more animations into the combat as well. Boston Brawlers. I can't say I've ever understood it myself, but grown men beating each other up has a long and storied history going back to at least the ancient Sumeria. Modern-day boxing began its rise to popularity in the late 17th century. The Boston Brawlers got their start in the dockyards around the middle of the 18th century, but in 1804 they moved into a gym of their own on the north side of Beacon Hill. There they benefited from the wagering dollars of the wealthy societies living on the hill's south side, who enjoyed nothing more than watching poor people hitting each other in the face for their pleasure. I expect if you impress them enough with your manly prowess, they give you something in return. Perhaps a toaster, or a black eye. Okay, let's see if we can get some resources back. Because that costs us a lot of arrows here. There we go. That's all the arrows back. Damn, look at this for baby pigs. Oh, you guys got something to feed on? Thank you for clipping that, Rod.
What happened?
They demanded we give our entire yield to the crown. Warren refused. They killed our animals, salted our earth, then dragged us out. You saw what followed. I'm afraid we have nothing to give you in thanks, stranger. We have nothing left.
Perhaps there is something you could do instead.
Anything.
I live in a small community not far from here. The soil is rich. The people I live with would have need of fresh vegetables, wheat, or corn. If you were to rebuild your farm, you may prosper.
What kindness is this? We'll certainly come see. Thank you.
I like how we got detected while the cutscene played. Also, look at this. The pigs already have eaten all the soldiers. Well, they actually are quite fast eaters, so that's accurate. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Snatch, the British movie with Brad Pitt and a lot of others, other really cool actors. I don't know if you've seen that movie, Rod, but oh, one of the villains also likes to feed his pigs, and they are very hungry indeed. Yeah, what a scene it was indeed. I've seen that movie only once, I think. But it definitely left a lasting impression. Not like this. Again, I can't see where the haystack is. But Connor does, so that's good. Okay, let's give a trinket and Pfeffer as well. And once we have that, we're gonna go back to Boston. And maybe get the last 2 viewpoints and then do some main story. Finally. So because we have notoriety of 3 currently, there would just be like random Hessian soldiers, which are like paid by the British, I think, to take you down. But the Hessian are actually German soldiers as well. Another one. Ah, yet another one. Music. wrote in the movie Sleepy Hollow, the Headless Horseman was a Hessian trooper. I actually forgot about that. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, speaking of that movie, I should actually watch that again, because I remember it being kind of both funny and and like dark at the same time, I guess. So that's kind of a cool combination, I feel. Was also in that movie. I didn't realize. But it's also been ages for me since I watched it. Damn, so they had quite a cast for a movie then. Ah, yeah. I've actually seen that movie. Not sure if I've seen all of it, but I definitely started watching it with a mate when it came out. Isn't one like with this one scene where he looks somewhere and then suddenly there's like an eye appearing? Kind of like as a jump scare? But yeah, I definitely remember watching that at least. Not sure if I watched the entire movie, but definitely seen some of it. Nice. So now that we have unlocked the fort, we actually have lowered the risk that it takes to travel through Frontier. And we also lowered the tax as well. And we just got 7.5k out of one chest, so that is insane. Yeah, I remember that scene quite well with the eye jump scare. Definitely. Alright, so now that we have done this, how about we do an assassination contract? A lot faster than all the other guys. So it's funny, but this music is like so much louder than all the other music in the game. Like every time you're getting chased, it's like tense. Alright, so we have done everything I want to do currently in the Frontier. Let's get back to Boston finally, get the last 2 viewpoints. And then we're gonna do some main story after I've done a break, I think.
You just watch me take a beating?
Shut up, mate.
That feel noise?
You'll be sorry.
Snoop Dogger!
Thank you, my friend. They had a little too much beer and didn't like the sound of my voice. I was only talking to that girl.
Your accent is unfamiliar. Where are you from?
North of here, Province de Quebec.
And what brings you to Boston?
I am a miner by trade, but it's hard to find work. People don't listen to me because of my accent.
It might be our meeting was fate. I hail from a village just a few miles north of here. There are the beginnings of a mine. I do not know what is in there, but you might find what you are looking for within.
I'll come have a look. If there is something good, maybe we'll talk, eh?
North from Quebec. Yeah. Well, the question is, I guess, if he meant the city of Quebec or just, I guess, the region of Quebec. Because technically Moncho is also in Quebec, right? In the region of Quebec. But yeah, that is a question indeed. Let's hope he's from Moncho. Right, one more viewpoint, and then we should have all of them, I think. Could be there's one here, up there, but I think they aren't. I think the game kind of gives you off viewpoint locations from the get-go. Right, let's go and travel back here. And then I'm gonna take a break, guys. So once I come back, we're actually gonna be hopping into the main story and do some of that today. To at least, you know, have a bit of progress done there. But yeah, it's very easy to get distracted in AC3, you know, with like all the side content you have and all that. Ah, nice Rod. Thank you for sharing that, dude. That sounds awesome, actually. Like a spear that's essentially like a rope dart. Sounds like a cool combination of a weapon. So thank you for sharing that, dude. But yeah, guys, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then I'm gonna do some main story. So see you in a few. Cheers, Rod. Thank you, dude. Yo guys, and welcome back. Thank you all for staying tuned, and yeah, welcome back to our in-depth story run of AC3. We're still in sequence 6, after having done quite a bit of side stuff today. But yeah, now it's time to actually do some main story. So we're going to go after William Johnson, and also get involved into the Boston politics a little bit as well. Cheers, Rod. Welcome back as well, mate. Okay, let's go to the story quick, because I would like to do some economy. So we can buy beeswax, eggs, honey, milk, catnip, snake root, beaver pout, deer pout, bear meat, and hair pout. Then we can buy some clay, iron, and sand, and yeah, that's it. Let's see if we can craft anything. Okay, not quite. So we're gonna keep selling beaver pouts because they sell for the best, at least currently.
sanctions and demonstrations won't suffice, Sam. We need to act, and I'm talking about more than a sternly worded letter.
I sympathize with your frustrations, gentlemen. But surely you can understand my reluctance to kick the hornet's nest.
The Tories thing, no matter what we do. Might as well make it count.
Sequence 6. What the heck, dude? On Johnson's trail.
Ah, Connor. Hello again. What brings you to Boston?
You.
Would you excuse us, fellows? Thank you. That conversation was about to turn unpleasant.
You will have heard of Paul Revere's Midnight Ride, of course. He was one of several writers sent to warn Lexington and Concord of a coming military raid on April 18th, 1775. Revere's role in the revolution was larger than that, however. He was a member of the Sons of Liberty and the Continental Congress, and a participant in the Boston Tea Party. By trade, Revere was a silversmith and one of the most skilled craftsmen in the colonies. He also did copperplate engraving, most notably the image of the Boston Massacre that depicts British soldiers firing into the unarmed crowd at point-blank range. A very effective piece of propaganda. You get very little copperplate propaganda these days. It's a dying art. Revere was also a shrewd businessman, and he went where the money was. When Silverberg wasn't paying the boats, he made dental tools, and then gunpowder was scarce during the Revolutionary War. So he built a gunpowder mill. After the war ended, Revere expanded his business into bell forging, eventually making the bell that hangs in King's Chapel, the Boston landmark.
Now, what can I do for you?
I was hoping you could help me locate William Johnson.
Of course. I'm headed to a meeting with some men who should be able to help. Why don't you come along? It's good to see the people finally taking a stand against injustice.
Says the man who owns a slave.
Ooh, sorry?
Surrey was a servant in the household of Samuel Adams from about 1765 onwards. She was given to Adams' second wife Elizabeth Wells as a wedding present because nothing says you care like, here, have a human being. However, Adams was morally opposed to slavery and insisted that she be freed before she came to live with him. She was and worked for the Adams family for nearly 50 years, which would be so much less fun than working for the Adams family. Incidentally, while Adams wouldn't own slaves himself, it wasn't something he fought particularly hard for during his political career. He did support anti-slavery measures in Massachusetts, but never forced the issue if it was going to cause friction between the states. Getting along with other politicians was just so much more important. I'm obviously talking about Samuel Adams here, not Gomez. So yeah, he's a bit of a hypocrite, you could say. He's kind of, I mean, not entirely hypocrite because he kind of stands to what he does, I guess. You know, he kind of says, okay, yeah, I'm against slavery, but in order for me to have influence in politics and to actually make slavery, you know, be like dumbed down, basically, I have to kind of play the game, I guess. But yeah, in a way it kind of makes him a hypocrite anyways, I feel.
I practice what I preach, my friend. She's not a slave, but a freed woman, at least on paper. Men's minds are not so easily turned. It's a tragedy that for all our progress, still we cling to such barbarism.
Then speak out against it.
We must focus first on defending our rights. When this is done, we'll have the luxury of addressing these other matters.
You speak as though your condition is equal to that of the slaves. It is not.
Tell that to my neighbor who was compelled to quarter British troops, or to my friend whose store was closed because he displeased the crown. The people here are no freer than Surrey.
You offer excuses instead of solutions. All people should be equal, and not in turns.
It's in turns or not at all. We must compromise, Connor.
Hey! It's my home, no matter what you thieves called taxmen say! If the gumps in Parliament who want to take my property, you tell them to sail across the pond and take it themselves!
It's not open for discussion now. Open this door or these men will break it down! Ah!
Ah, bollocks! We're coming in!
I trust the mounting evidence is proof enough, Connor.
Continue on. I shall meet you at our destination.
Is that all you have? Justice for once. I dare the governor to send more.
You all right?
I'm fine. It's not my first dance. For all their teeth and claws, these little foxes, they fight like puppies. Thank you, my friend. I'd buy you an ale, but I'm expecting somewhere else.
Wait, that's actually Machiavelli's voice actor? I never realized. Interesting. I didn't know you could pull off a French accent. Or a Canadian French accent, rather. Okay, we're gonna do this at a later point because I don't want to raise my notoriety currently for the option objective. But we're gonna get to it fighting the tax collectors. Yeah, that's so cool. Like, he has a lot of very varied roads, I feel. Like going from Machiavelli to to Wrench to you know, this one. So he's a capable stunt fighter and choreographer. His training and martial arts background includes a black belt in Shotokan Karate, as well as sampling of other styles such as boxing, Muay Thai, and Northern Shaolin Kung Fu. He was certified as an actor combatant gold level with Fight Directors Canada FTC in 1998. Damn. So he's a good voice actor and a badass when it comes to combat. Sounds like we did the right choice casting him for Assassin's Creed. And he speaks French as well. Okay, that makes sense. He's probably Canadian as well, isn't he?
Connor, I'd like you to meet some like-minded friends. The owner of this fine establishment, William Molyneux, and the manager and chef of his newest venture, Stéphane Chaffeau.
Ah, Connor and I just had a ball with some red coats enforcing some taxmen outside my home.
The collectors grow bolder and more forceful. Something we must address, Samuel.
Then let us raise a banner. Something to let the people know that they are not alone. The docks are an angry place of late. Protesters picketing the latest shipments of British tea. The eyes of the city are upon that stage.
A Bostonian without his tea is a dangerous beast.
William Johnson is smuggling the tea off the ships. One of his men tried to sell me this.
A sample of what I refused. But it's from those ships. No mistaking the stamp. He's charging a king's ransom. Must be he's making a mint off those who buy it. Where is he now? I've never met the man.
May I ask why you seek him, Connor?
He intends to purchase the land upon which my village stands, without the consent of my people.
No doubt the revenue from his little smuggling endeavor is financing the acquisition. A tax enforced on tea grants a boon to smugglers. I'll wager the same men who levy the taxes are selling the tea. A stage requires a spectacle, and I may know the play. Connor, head back to the docks and see to the destruction of the tea. If you should need us, return here.
I gotcha. William Molyneux. Molyneux doesn't usually make the list of well-known revolutionaries, mostly because he didn't live to see the outbreak of a revolution, since he died in 1774. He was, however, one of the major Whig agitators in the years before the war started, right up there with Samuel Adams and John Hancock. Molyneux was a British-born merchant and supporter of the Patriot cause. As far as revolutionaries go, that makes him a bit of an outlier. British-born colonists tend to be loyalists after all. He was Anglican as well, and both congregations were decidedly British-leaning. However, you couldn't doubt Molyneux's devotion to the cause. He was known for being something of a hothead, so much so that he threatened people with death when he violated boycotts on British goods. Seems a bit extreme. He would have a bloody field day on forums. On the night of the Boston Tea Party, Molyneux disappeared from the crowd outside of the Old South Meeting House, where almost every other well-known revolutionary leader was there, still talking to the crowd. Molyneux was, of course, supervising the dumping of the tea. For this reason alone, I'm prepared to call him the most evil man in history. At least, you know, to Sean. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny how Sean is like super on the British side, you know, in the whole revolutionary conflict. But more, I guess, not like to say, you know, they're like in the right the entire time, more like they're misunderstood, I guess, in his opinion.
Hello, Connor. That tea is being illegally smuggled all around Boston by Johnston's men. If you see any crates in transit, perhaps you could put a stop to the delivery. And those moody tax collectors are still at it. They could use a lesson or two, huh?
Indeed.
Pardon me.
Oh, come on, mate.
That was Arno's voice actor. Arno, I think that's his second role in this game actually. Arno's voice actor. First he played Kata, the one who's torturing Church. And then he played this mercenary just now. The Tea Act passed in 1773. It was an attempt by the British government to prop up the British East India Company by allowing it to ship tea to the colonies directly from India, without having it to go through Britain first. This made the tea much less expensive, even cheaper than the tea the colonists were smuggling from the Dutch, to avoid paying British taxes. The problem was that even with the cheaper prices, the British government was still collecting tax on the tea, meaning buying the tea would run counter to the colonial no taxation without representation stance. The move was seen as, and probably was, Parliament's sneaky attempt to get the colonies to unconsciously agree to one tax, in the hope of implementing others. The colonists didn't fall for it, and attempts to force the unloading of East India tea in Boston caused the Boston Tea Party. Perhaps the worst tea party of our time. It wasn't even catered. You people are savages. Yes, I think we have to use powder kegs to destroy this for the option objective. Save Blood Moon. Welcome, mate. And how's it going? Save Ethan. Listen to some new music of Rod. What was it? Playing Rogue Ethan. Very nice. How are you liking that game? You beat Freedom Cry. That's an awesome DLC. I love Adebali and his story. The Rob Zombie album is out. Well, I haven't listened to that one yet. This game is so much better than the new ones. Yeah, I guess it's preference, you know. I can definitely see the appeal to these games as well, and I love, you know, kind of like every generation of AC games, to be honest. I love them all. I mean, I don't love every game individually, but I love every kind of like generation of AC games.
Boston Weekly Advertiser, a penny to stay informed.
Take that.
A new design in rotary lanes will be on display at the Guildhall this next week. Come see these innovative marvels at work. The Boston Country Journal.
Okay, let's get another viewpoint. Connor. So unfortunately, I don't think all the options are still available. I think New York still isn't. But I think most of them are. Yeah, I like his default outfit quite a bit. I like how there's like blue accents instead of like red, like the early games. Kind of makes it a bit more unique to Connor. Alright, the Jamestown outfit. Let's have a look. We have the shop down here.
So, what have you been eating?
Alright, nice. The Jamestown outfit actually is available. This white outfit has red accents and was crafted by a Jamestown tailor. Thank you for redeeming that rod. Oh yeah, this one looks good as well. Looks a bit more old school with the color accents. Yeah, we're definitely wealthy for how early we are into the game. But I also opened a lot of the chests, and chests in this game give a lot of money. Like one chest, you know, gave us like 7.5k, for example. Though that's more of a rare chest, but yeah, it did. Oh shit. Our convoy is being attacked. Hold on. Excellent Blood Moon. Yeah, that game is really fun. Like the Nemesis system, of course, but also the story is definitely intriguing. But yeah, I had lots of fun playing the first one. Yeah, I figured you were meaning the first one. I've had to save my convoy. Oh. So close. I almost had it. But yeah, I saw the message too late that it actually got attacked. But yeah, that's alright. At the end of the word, we just have to craft another convoy and sell some more pelts, I guess. Right of Earth, Shadow of Meadow.
Today's Boston Gazette.
Right, so can we buy anything? We could buy more beaver pelts, but I think we currently have some. Or at least pelts in general. So can we craft another land convoy? We can't. We're actually missing lumber. Okay, so we can only utilize 2 land convoys currently. Yeah, you know, like Middle of the Shadow games are kind of like very much about kind of like gameplay, I feel. Like in Shadow of War, you know, I spent like just hours and hours just fighting Uruks, to be honest. Not even doing like any main story. I think my first 2 streams are just like a couple main stories and then only fighting the rest of the time. Because these fights also can just, you know, be endless. And yeah, it's understandable. Redback is definitely a redback, but it's a funny one.
Stefan, what is wrong? Where is Sam Adams?
Who cares? I've been robbed! Vont me le payer, ces scélérats de merde!
Where are you going?
To get back what's rightfully mine.
Some pathetic redcoats waiting for a beat. I will match your face to your jacket, crapule! Ces coquins me prennent mon père au Canada et voilà qu'ils me ravissent ma propriété ici. Il suffit.
Right, Item Ranch. Speaking of which, I really want to replay Watch Dogs 2. I've been thinking about doing like an NDO series run for Watch Dogs as well. Playing through Watch Dogs 1, the DLCs, and Watch Dogs 2 and the DLC, and then eventually Legion with the DLC, hopefully. That'd be awesome.
We are not English! We are not the king's men! We are free! But the king sends these redcoats to push us around! They are not our masters! This is our city! Let's show them who owns it! It's time to fight!
Stefan, please! Stop and listen to me!
I've listened for long enough. They come into my home and take my things? I will get my revenge. The man responsible for this will pay. His friends will pay. Voilà trop longtemps que je subis ces affronts. Ils vont goûter de mon courroux.
Yeah, dude, I agree, Blood Moon. Combat is so fun because also of like how it's been designed. Yeah, I've only seen that Watch Dogs Legion has gotten the multiplayer, finally, like for some consoles.
Ils me volent ma maison, ils m'obligent à fuir mon pays, et les voici qui veulent s'approprier ma nouvelle demeure.
But that's everything I heard, like gameplay or DLC wise.
There is a way to fight injustice, but this is not it.
I will match your face to your jacket, crapule!
Yeah, I agree, Rod. I feel like the whole, you know, have like your own team
Destroyed? You stupid...
backfired a little bit.
I suppose you want me to tell Johnson his tea just spontaneously combusted? Nonsense. Someone's responsible for this, and you will find out who. And if you can't, I'll gut you and find a smarter mongrel who can.
What do we do? Create a window.
I still feel like Legion has, you know, cool things about it. But yeah, I definitely agree, like Watch Dogs 1 and 2 I fear are better games. And better stories too.
Bloody hell are you? Why? You have no right to rob people blind. By decree of the British Parliament or not. British Parliament? I work for William Johnson. Johnson?
End his suffering cleanly.
Please.
Damn. Trudy's the butcher.
The people seem to have an ear for you. What are the things you lost?
The people listen to me only because I spoke the truth loud enough. which is worth 1,000 times the content of my footlocker. In English, they can keep my things.
You did well tonight.
I said I'd buy you an ale when you first helped me. In place of drink, I offer you my allegiance. For what it's worth.
Your aid is welcome, and I am grateful. Now, I need to find Sam Adams.
Stefan, aka Chop. Chop, Stefan. Yeah, that is the beginning of building up a brotherhood. We now have the riot ability. And we have an assassin recruit. Which means we can now start taking over several parts of the East Coast. And kind of make sure that the Templar presence will dwindle, hopefully. Indeed, the liberation of the colonies has begun. And what do you mean by has been cast aside, Momik? How has it been cast aside in your opinion? The Fort St. Jean. Major Guy Carton is set to relieve the siege of Fort St. Jean right north and make sure he never arrives. We got an update for William Johnson. In addition to treaty negotiations, Johnson was in charge of recruiting and leading Iraqi fighters during the French and Indian War. He only fought in one battle, but he was rewarded handsomely for his service. $5,000 and a baronetcy. That was a little above average for most people involved in that battle. He continued his close ties with the Khan in Kahaka, and in 1760 they gave him land totaling more than 300 square kilometers as a thanks for his work. However, Johnson burned some bridges in 1768 when he negotiated the Treaty of Fort Stanwix. He took much more land than the British had asked for, a windfall for him, since he could then speculate on it, but rather a tough sell to the indigenous nations who lived on the land. The treaty caused a war in Virginia, known as the Dunmore's War, and in an effort to stop more bloodshed and possibly to cover his own ass, Johnson called for more negotiation, this time at Johnson Hall in 1774. Yes, that's good, Ethan. Quite enjoyed the new update so far, at least what they introduced. Yeah, I absolutely agree, Rod. Like, I don't think it was like a bad idea, not at all, because, you know, I was really excited about that aspect actually. It needed like more work, more polish, you know. For example, it would have been good to kind of like choose a leader of your group, or at least kind of like, you know, give you some kind of like hierarchy or importance. So those characters are like, you know, represented in cutscenes rather than it being like random, you know. So you kind of like can build, I guess, more of a connection to certain characters being represented in stories more, or like cutscenes in general. And yeah, I definitely agree when having permadeath on is a way to play the game, because you just, you know, get so many recruits anyway, and this way you kind of like fear more whenever, you know, somebody dies, and you try to be extremely careful in how you approach a mission. So that aspect I quite enjoyed about Legion actually, even though I'm really sad about the ones that I lost, because you kind of tend to lose the ones that you like the most. Because, you know, that's the characters you play the most, I guess, as well. But yeah, that's kind of what makes it interesting. And yes, indeed, Ethan, There's like a godly reward pack for Valhalla, which gives you the IT outfit, or the Yule Festival items, and also 300 opal for Retta. Stefan Chaffaut is a Boston militiaman and served as a cook in the years leading up to the revolution. Chaffaut was born in what's now Canada, near modern-day Montreux. His father was a cook for the French army who was killed in the fighting of the Plains of Abraham. After his death, Chaffaut took on work as a chef in Montreux, but moved to Boston in 1764. While his personal letters indicate he was looking for a less complicated life, he was just in time for the unrest that preceded the revolution. Fortunately for Chaffaut, he didn't actually want a quiet life, and as it happened, the tensions in pre-revolution Boston suited him exactly. Which is weird, because who enjoys tensions? Apart from a scientist studying surface tensions as an effect of intermolecular attraction. Give a minute to stop laughing. Chaffaut was a man in search of a cause, and he found it in the Patriots. He was an enthusiastic supporter of the Sons of Liberty, participating in the 1765 protests surrounding the Stamp Act. He was present in the crowds ransacked Governor Hutchinson's house in 1765, probably egging on the mob. He was also one of a crowd that witnessed and partially caused the Boston Massacre. Chaffaut didn't limit himself to protest. I have several finds for him on the books in 1760s and 70s for public drunkenness and brawling. It seems he couldn't keep out of a fight when the opportunity arose, and in pre-revolution Boston there was always an opportunity. It was a wonderful time to be an angry drunk. The word was your oyster. So the IT outfit is actually available now for Valhalla. If you go into the shop and redeem the godly reward, which is basically for free for everybody, you get like all of this for free, what I just named. Yeah, the patch yesterday with the transmog system also had that as a bonus. And yesterday, if you got like also the opal with it, you could have bought like a really cool weapon, which is the Sinner Skull. It's basically like a flail that has like a skull with like spikes on it. And yeah, I was really happy to see that in the shop and getting my hands on that. Yeah, I think it's part of a set that kind of looks like the Witch King from Lord of the Rings armor. It's a bit of a bigger flail, kind of like the Witch King also wielding.
chases dog up a tree. Read all about it. Don't send the 3 ships back. Cargo and all.
Aye, but Governor Hutchison refuses to let them leave. Wants us to take
a tea party,
pay the duties, and say thank you kindly to the king.
The king can kindly kiss my arse.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
You can kiss it as well.
Enough! What hope have we of resisting if we're arguing amongst ourselves?
Es wird Susan Glover.
his speeches, he's apt to end up in stocks.
They wouldn't dare.
I've seen men punished for far less.
If the Tories think that'll quiet the people, they've another thing coming. They touch a hair on his head and he becomes a martyr.
Yeah, definitely sounded like, didn't it? I think it was oh, nice. Stefan has been successful. Excellent. Very nice stuff. I'm not gonna set him on another mission because I wanna have him for the main mission here, the Tea Party.
I've given more than any man should.
What happens now?
We wait for the signal.
What signal?
This meeting can do nothing further to save the country.
That one.
Evening, gentlemen. Shall we be off?
No.
What's the matter?
I have spent today drawn from one bit of madness to another with nothing to show for it. Before I go any further, I would like to know exactly what it is you intend.
Of course. First, we make our way to Nathaniel Bradley's house to fetch the rest of our little group. Then it's on to Griffin's Wharf, where we board the ships and dump the tea. Simple as that.
Simple seems a bit charitable.
Cheer up, Connor. For tonight, we are all victors. The Sons of Liberty get to send a message to England, and you rob William Johnson of his financing. Your village will be saved. I've an idea. Why don't you lead the way? That should keep us out of any further trouble. Am I right?
Yeah, definitely agreed. You know, it's like he just don't want to be played with.
To turn the crowd's anger to our advantage. Say the word, Connor, and I will make it so.
Like, you know, he's definitely realizing that a lot of the people in the colonies are not, you know, upfront and truthful at all times. They kind of stretch the truth. And he doesn't want to be, you know, a toy in the game, essentially. Sons of Liberty was the name given to a number of protest groups that formed to protest the Stamp Act and stayed together afterward, organizing anti-British allies and enforcing boycotts in the lead-up to the revolution. It was like a friendly club for angry men. Although the groups would later become more coordinated, they started separately. Sons of Liberty was the casual, usual choice for a name because it was a popular phrase meaning colonist at the time. As you might predict given the name, the Sons are mostly middle class and yes, male merchants, lawyers and politicians. Paul Revere was likely a member of a Boston group, to give you an example. The Sons in all of the colonies went above using violence and intimidation to get their way. Who was? They threatened all of the stamp distributors into resigning, with the Boston group going so far as to destroy the local distributors' offices and parade him through the town before he quit in a very public and likely terrified resignation speech. Given that it probably won't surprise you to learn that they earned a reputation for being the radical wing of the Patriots, rallying the people and sometimes losing control of them, the public protests in Boston turned into an angry mob that burned the governor's mansion. Some groups of the Sons were also known to tar and feather British officials, and sometimes loyalists. You know, standard good guy stuff. What a really terrific way to blow our steam.
need to keep those bastards at bay while the tea's being dumped. Let me help. I'm yours to command.
The Boston Tea Party. This was one of the key events leading up to the American Revolution. Protesters, some dressed in faux native garb, boarded 3 ships docked in Boston Harbor and threw their cargoes of tea overboard to protest. British Texas. Throwing tea into a harbor probably broke a world record for making the biggest cup of tea ever. Or if there's one statement guaranteed to rile Britain, it is the unnecessary waste of perfectly good tea. So simple enough, but the lead up is a bit more complex. The East India Company actually wanted to sell the tea to all of the colonies at a cut rate to boost its flagging profits. However, taxes on the tea would have to be paid in the British the instant the tea was unloaded in the Boston Harbor. And the colonists had a long-standing problem of paying taxes to Britain when they had no representatives in British Parliament. Offering discount tea while still collecting the tax on it was viewed by the colonists as a trick to get them to agree to Parliament's authority over them. Protesters turned back ships carrying tea to New York and Philadelphia, and if that had happened in Boston, the problem would have been solved. Unfortunately, the governor of Boston wouldn't let the tea ships leave once they were in the harbor. I guess he figured the public would come round eventually and just pay the tax, because everyone likes a bargain, but that never happened. In fact, protests got bigger and bigger until meeting at the Old South Meeting House, and the mob broke away from the crowds there and dumped the tea, solving the impasses and wasting the tea. I shuddered as I wrote that. The British reacted to the protest by sending British troops under Thomas Gage to occupy the town. They also closed the Boston Harbor, part of several laws they created to punish the colonists that were dubbed the Coercive Acts. Of course, these laws didn't gain them any sympathy with the colonists, and led fairly directly to the outbreak of a revolution. Tea is important business.
We've done it!
Now, do we get to see Shuddsley? There he is. Finally, we have to at least see him once per stream.
We saved the last one for you.
Oh, you want your tea? Well, not for you guys. For tea time. Except if I want to drink out of the ocean.
Get out of here.
Love Connor's gesture to Lee and the others. Yeah. Kind of like, come at me, bro. Okay, that's the news article. Tea chest destroyed. A most curious and remarkable event took place on Griffin's Wharf, Boston, Thursday, 16 December. Oh, cheers for clipping that, Rod. Thank you, dude. An assemblage of individuals dressed in buckskin with faces painted in the fashion of Indian natives convened at the wharf and proceeded to board the Dartmouth, the Alina, and the Beaver in orderly manner. These Indians are perhaps known, as was the general descendant of those who witnessed these events, equipped themselves with small hatchets which they denominated as tomahawks. These ships held within their cargoes chests of tea numbering 300 to 400. The commanders of the vessels had publicly declared that if the rebels, as they were pleased to starve the Bostonians, should not withdraw their opposition to the landing of the tea before the following day, they should on that day force it on the shore under the cover of a cannon's mouth. Once aboard, the presumptive Indians opened the hatches and made to take out the chests of tea and threw them overboard, first cutting and splitting the chests with their tomahawks, so as thoroughly to expose them to the effects of the water. In about 3 hours they had thus broken and thrown overboard every tea chest to be found in the ships. During the time they were throwing the tea overboard, there were several attempts made by some of the citizens of Boston and its vicinity to carry off small quantities of tea for the family use. To effect that object, they would watch the opportunity to snatch up a handful from the deck, where it became plentifully scattered, and put it into their pockets. Some of these same were met with kicks and hooting by the presumptive Indians. Earlier on this day, there was a meeting of the citizens of the county of Suffolk, convened at Old South in Boston, for the purpose of consulting on what measures might be considered expedient to prevent the landing of the tea, or secure the people from the collection of the duty. At that meeting, no satisfactory answer was obtained after inquiries were sent to Governor Hutchinson, and Mr. Adams concluded with the observation that the meeting could do nothing further to save the country. Beyond the chests of tea, there was no damage done to any of the ships. The destroyers of the chests were seen to sweep the decks clean of the tea leaves after the chests had been thrown to sea. That's a voice, Rod. Thank you so much for being here, dude, and for joining and discussing and all that. I very much appreciate it. I hope you have a good night and a good rest. And yeah, also want to give you a shout out here. You enjoy the tea party? Yeah, dude, it was a good one. But yeah, guys, if you haven't checked out Rod yet, he's a really good streamer. Great dude as well. Big fan of Assassin's Creed. He's going to be playing AC2 and AC Valhalla all the weekends. And during the week, he's also playing Red Dead Redemption 2, where he's going completionist as well. So definitely check out his streams if you haven't yet. And Urod, have a good night, and we definitely catch you soon. That's a voice shot. Always happy to give you a shout out, dude, as always. I didn't see the long message that you wrote, Blood Moon, I don't think. What was it about? Yeah, I don't think I did. Did it like pop up in chat on like my stream? Did you see that? Because if it didn't, then it didn't got sent. At least for me. Ah, okay. Yeah, definitely feel free to repost it. Sorry I missed it, but yeah, I think it just didn't pop up for me. Yeah, Twitch can be weird like that sometimes. Yeah, it's definitely interesting how they have like, you know, 1 weak point, one weak point only sometimes. I mean, at least, you know, very difficult enemies in Middle Earth, Shadow of Mordor. So you really have to find out the intel about them to be very effective against them. Of course, you can just like go into battle and find out by doing it. But yeah, to be like fully effective, you have to really find out as much as you can. Yeah, dude, I can't tell you the amount of times I just kind of like panicked in that game because of the circumstances. The fights can just get so wild as well. What the heck? So apparently because I triggered the cutscene with the explosion, this dude didn't get poisoned anymore. Captain should have died while this happened, but it got reset or something. Very nice. Citizen. Hey there, Grammy. And good day to you. Okay, is there any chests in here? Doesn't seem like. Let's go up here regardless. Yeah, it's just so funny, Blood Moon, whenever, you know, so many different parties get involved as well. There were so many different types of enemies. Also, hey, the Reaper Wolf. Welcome. And yeah, this outfit got redeemed by Rod as part of my choose my outfit reward. So he went for this one. And yeah, I quite like it too. It's a bit more like Ezio's, I guess, with like the colors. Okay, let's have a look at the contracts. We can go for the next one. Battle of Quebec. Richard Montgomery is foolishly leading a colonial force on an assault of Quebec. He cannot be dissuaded. Divert his forces or stop the attack by whatever means necessary. I'm definitely glad to hear, Blood Moon, that you're enjoying the system. Because, yeah, it's like one of the most fun aspects about the games, I feel. Odyssey kind of tried to have it in a way with a mercenary system. You know, it's kind of like similar structured, I guess. But, yeah, Middle-earth, they really perfected that system. And do you mean, like, is it my first time playing this game, Reaper? Going up the clever. Yeah, the Uruks and Orcs are very clever. Monster of the Sea.
I'm not one for sailing, but I know it's out there. Some call it a kraken, others just a sea monster. They say it's 50 feet long if it's an inch, and it rolls ships for sport. You won't find me on the high seas searching for the beast. That's a guarantee I can give you. But it's a riddle that needs solving.
Ah, I gotcha. But yeah, I mean, I visited this game a couple times and other AC games that take place in America. But yeah, I've also been in the States myself, but not for very long, only for a week, and we did like a road trip from New Orleans up to Los Angeles. But yeah, I've seen a bit of the South, you could say. Okay. So I think I'm gonna go for the assassination. But we could do a couple activities on the way there. Also, I think I'm not gonna include the almanac pages after all, because they're mostly like historical source material and have not that much to do with like the actual story of the game. And they're also like super long, so I think I actually not gonna collect the pages. Let's also go ahead and visit the shop here, because we can buy a couple weapons and do some economy stuff.
What do you need, mein Freund?
Mein Freund. Okay, so we wanna buy the normal sword. This blade is useful to settle matters quickly and effectively when close combat occurs. Its noiseless approach makes it reliable under any weather conditions, especially when black powder is dripping wet and unusable. The guard is wide and protects the wielder's hand. Sometimes it may also be used to punch the opponent. Ah, that's right, Blood Moon. Yeah, well, I'm gonna collect the pages in that instance to trigger the cutscenes with Benjamin Franklin. But I don't think I'm actually gonna go ahead and read the almanac pages, because to me they're more like historical source material than anything that really has to do much with the story. But that's true, we should definitely trigger the Franklin conversations. I kind of forgot about that. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, we had lots of fast food on the road trip. Like, my sister wanted to show me kind of like some of the fast food chains that don't exist over here. So we had like Panda Express, for instance. We also went to a local New Orleans pizzeria. We did do that. And we also were in what's it called again? It's like tourist mile in New Orleans, and had like some local food there. But yeah, like in Los Angeles, we also went to In-N-Outs, so that was again fast food. So I didn't really had, I guess, you know, like traditional local food or something that much. But I would love to come back to these states and do like an actual local food tour. Especially New York, I would love to like visit. Okay, we can't buy a blunt weapon yet. I'm gonna keep the Assassin Tomahawk because it's the Assassin Tomahawk. We could buy an axe. Let's buy the Hessian axe. This Goosewing broad axe was definitely intended both for felling and hewing. This dual purpose explains the curved blade and heavy head. While some frontiersmen are strong enough to wield it with a single hand, its unbalanced weight means it is usually used dual-handed. Then we can buy... I'm not gonna buy the duckfoot. Even if it's kind of funny, but it has like a super low range. And accuracy, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Like, New York has loads of pizzerias and like restaurants that have been there for like 100 years or more. But there are also like other, you know, foods in New York, of course, that would be interesting to me. I mean, it's not much a thing currently, but I know there's like barbecue going on in like parks in New York in like the summertime, which are like more like Cuban style, I think. So that would be interesting to me as well, you know, kind of like Cuban barbecue, I think it is. But yeah, I was kind of obsessed with New York food culture for a while. Watching like loads of videos on it and like reading up on recipes and all that. Ah, nice, you could also buy the chess map. Let's actually do that. Yeah, that's a voice, Blood Moon. Thank you so much for being here, dude, as always. I hope work goes well, and I will talk to you again soon. Okay, let's also buy the trinket map. And we're gonna buy the other maps later. Right, and then we're gonna buy, let's see. Let's buy some beaver pelts. That's it. And we still can't craft a land convoy. But we can trade the beaver pelts. yeah, it's kind of sad to see, you know, how pandemic kind of has like struck on certain like restaurants, of course, of the economy. But it's also good how some other people like use it as an opportunity. For example, one went to work for like a very famous pizzeria in New York to kind of like learn how to make pizza. And then she started her own like business during the pandemic to kind of like, and it's not even much of a business, it's more like a charity in a way. Because basically people can donate in the neighborhood, and then she's giving out free pizza to the neighborhood essentially in New York. And basically does it all from home. So people can like go to her and pick it up, and you know, especially like in these times where not everybody has the money for like, you know, fancy food and stuff like this. She kind of wants to like help those people. So yeah, that's also good to see how like the pandemic is kind of like enabling people like this, and also connecting through food.
Let's go now. Piss off. This is Mill.
Thanks, mister. You've a kind heart. I'm going home.
Thank you, thank you. Captain Albrecht requests volunteers to help dig out our devastated neighbors. Get going, I tell you.
Ah, there's another fort. Yeah, let's actually do another fort. It will give us lower tax rates, and then we can make more money with the economy, trading in Boston.
Let's go now. Keep up.
You've made us satisfied.
Piss off.
Yeah, this is where we had the mission with Haven actually, where we liberated the Cherokee slaves. And this mission was like so difficult when I first played it because you can't be detected the entire time. And I remember when I first played it I had like no idea how some of the stealth mechanics actually work, because we changed it up a little bit from the first games. So yeah, that was tricky to do.
Yama.
Yama. I want to see something flashy. Or like a huge explosion. There you go. I don't know why this guys thought it would be wise to stand right next to like a huge amount of barrels, but they did. Ah, we actually had to go back to the homestead. I see. I was wondering why it took so long to get to the assassination, but yeah. If that's the case, then just go ahead and fast travel up here. Okay, so we do have a couple homestead missions, but we don't have optional dialogues. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we do the assassination next time, actually. And kind of catch up on these first. Usually whenever I have homestead missions available, I want to do them straight away. Just for like kind of a flow of events, I guess.
Thank God you are here.
Prudence is Primrose.
Prudence is missing. She went out to gather some things this morning and never returned. I'm worried sick. What if she's hurt?
I will find her.
The dog might help track her down. He has a good nose. Come on, boy! He has been gathering the evening primrose almost every night. She is obsessed with the oil it yields. That is all going to stop now. I don't understand why she wants so damn much of the stuff. She picked some here. She can't be far. We should split up to cover more ground.
Thank you so much, Connor. Thank you. I don't want to think what might have happened if you had not arrived. I saw some primrose growing there, and the bear just came charging at me.
Why are you gathering primrose?
Well, Warren and I have been trying to conceive a child for a long time now. I read that evening primrose encourages fertility. I'm sorry, this is not a proper conversation given the circumstance.
I understand. Not another word on the matter.
Prudence! Are you all right, my love?
I'll be fine. Thanks to Connor.
Thank you, Connor. Once again.
The wholesome's dead. As Kobe likes to call this place.
Hello, Connor.
Hello.
Is something the matter?
No, nothing that need worry you.
I would not pry, but please know that if there was anything I could do to help, I would.
It's all right. Connor already knows half of it. As you know, we've been trying to have a child, Connor, for a long time. Thus far, we've not been blessed even once. It takes its toll after a time.
You must not force such things. Nature will grant you with a young one when the time is right.
We hope you're right, Connor. At the very least, we are at peace here.
That's something I saw with Connor, you know, like a lot of his life philosophy is very nature-based, you know. With him growing up in nature, he kind of observes, you know, how animals have lived, and, you know, he definitely has a lot of good points as well. You just gotta wait for the right moment sometimes, you know. You can't force things. And it's the same thing, you can't like force seasons, I guess, as well. So that's something I really like about Connor, that he's like, you know, been growing up in nature, and that's kind of what influences him a lot as like a character, and what he kind of has as a life philosophy because of it, I guess. But yeah, let's go to the next homestead mission. Down here. White trophy.
Could you make a little more noise? Been fixing to trap a cougar I've seen prowling about.
The beast has snapped 2 of my snares already. From what I've seen, its fur is white, mad as it sounds. Its hide would be worth a fortune to the right person.
I have never seen a cougar like that. I would like to help you.
I'll follow you then. Stay quiet. Got his trail yet? Got his trail yet? Look at the size of those claw marks. Better shoot true. Fresh meat. Seen this before. Looks fresh. He's close. There he goes! We won't get another chance at this. Come on, Connor. We won't see him again after this. This is our only shot. Hurry up.
Oh, seems like it went to Norris. Good thing that he got or didn't got it attacked.
You must be here for my new friend. I was dumping a load and he went straight in. Lucky I wasn't in there.
Very. What are you thinking, Miriam?
Flush and fire. Norris can back off. One of us goes in there to draw him out, and the other waits out here to shoot.
I will go in.
Nice shot!
Thank you, Miriam.
Damn, she just saved Connor's life. Because that quick time event was so fast, I don't even think you can do it successfully. Like just now I was prepared, right? Like I was holding my button over, or my thumb over B, just there. But I don't think you can actually do it. I think it's scripted in the way that Miriam has to save you, essentially. But yeah, excellent. That brings her to level 2. Seems like we also have a mission for the Lumberjacks. Burglar on the homestead.
Connor! Connor! Some lout's trying to break into our house! He's armed! I'm getting the boys!
Find them. Stop!
I'll get back here.
Something's amiss.
What's the trouble, Connor? Saw you tear past chasing a man.
He was trying to rob your home. It has been dealt with.
What? Oh, the women. Is everyone all right?
You should have been there.
What?
I told you to head back. I didn't need you.
Since when is a skinny runt like you safe out in the bush alone?
If Diana's here, I swear you'll be the one.
Well, so much to that. At least Connor was there to stop it. Right, so we do have another homestead mission. However, we will have to do that the next time we will be playing AC3. Because for today I'm done. So let's go ahead and quit the desktop. And then we're gonna find ourselves a raid target. But yeah, I want to thank you all very much for coming by and joining, guys, as always. Thanks again and welcome to Rise Savannah and Sam for following. And yeah, of course, thank you to everyone else who was here chatting, lurking. And yeah, just being here, it means a lot. Thank you, guys. But yeah, for now we're gonna find ourselves a raid target, so I think I'm gonna go. Let's see. I'll check if the streamer's actually online first. Because sometimes I've been like raiding and then they were like literally just went offline. So guys, I think I'm gonna go say hi to Definitive Rivals. Jon is currently making some beats and some music in FL Studio, which is a software I also use to make music. So yeah, it's check to see and hear how he's doing with that. If you guys want to check out any streamers of community, we have a lovely community. We have Rod, we have Morrow, AJ, Kobe, Waffle, The Mice, Hero, and lots of other cool and really nice streamers. Like Eric, but also Mola. No worries, Grammy, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Also want to give a shout out to Jay. He just finished AC Valhalla and made a start on Horizon Zero Dawn. And also to playing catch up as well. Who's also playing AC Valhalla, playing for first time and really enjoying it so far. So yeah, that's a lot of shoutouts, but if you wanna check out these streamers, then you're more than welcome to. But yeah guys, I catch you over at Dion's. Take care and see you next time.